Good evening, and welcome to Voyage to Dreamland. I'm here to guide you through a remarkable journey of human endurance and adaptation, told in the gentle rhythm that will carry you toward rest. Tonight, we explore the extraordinary story of Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish sailor whose 4 years of solitude on a remote Pacific island became one of history's most fascinating tales of survival. As you settle into comfort, allow yourself to drift alongside this story of resilience, transformation, and the quiet strength of the human spirit. Let the steady cadence of this tale wash over you like gentle waves on a distant shore. If you find yourself knowing details of this story that we haven't shared, or if you discover something particularly interesting in tonight's journey, feel free to leave a comment and share your thoughts. And if this story helps guide you toward peaceful rest, like would be warmly appreciated. Now, let us begin our quiet exploration of one man's extraordinary encounter with solitude, survival, and the profound lessons that emerge when we are stripped down to our most essential selves. Picture, if you will, the year 1704, when the world seemed both vast and intimate, connected by wooden ships that moved like patient thoughts across endless blue expanses. In this world lived Alexander Selkirk, a young Scottish sailor whose restless spirit had carried him far from the familiar hills of his homeland to the warm, mysterious waters of the South Pacific. The ship that would change Alexander's life forever was called the Cinque Ports, a privateering vessel that moved through Pacific waters with the steady determination of a creature following ancient currents. You might imagine the gentle creaking of its wooden hull, the soft whisper of wind through canvas sails, and the rhythmic sound of waves against the bow that would have lulled many sailors into peaceful sleep during long night watches. Alexander stood on the deck of this vessel, breathing in the salt-tinged air that carried scents of distant lands and unknown adventures. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, its surface catching and reflecting sunlight in patterns that shifted like living silk. In these moments of maritime tranquility, few could have imagined that this young sailor was approaching a transformation that would test the very depths of human adaptability. The disagreement that led to Alexander's isolation began, as many significant life changes do, with something seemingly small and manageable. Picture the gentle tension that can arise between individuals who have spent too long in close quarters, like the subtle friction of rope against wood that gradually wears both materials smooth. Alexander found himself increasingly at odds with the ship's captain over matters of seamanship and safety, their conversations growing more strained with each passing day. You can imagine these discussions taking place in the captain's cabin, lamplight flickering against wooden walls while the ship rocked gently in the Pacific swells. The disagreements were not violent or dramatic, but rather the kind of persistent, wearing conflicts that accumulate like sediment, gradually changing the landscape of relationships until familiar ground becomes unrecognizable. As their ship approached a small island in the Juan Fernandez archipelago, Alexander made a decision that would echo through the centuries. In a moment that seemed both impulsive and inevitable, he requested to be put ashore on this remote piece of land rather than continue with a captain he no longer trusted. The island appeared before them like a green jewel set in blue silk, its shores promising solitude, and perhaps a different kind of safety than the ship could offer. The process of Alexander's departure was surprisingly calm and methodical. Picture the small boat being lowered into waters so clear you could see fish moving like thoughts beneath the surface. His few possessions were loaded with the same careful attention that sailors gave to any maritime task: a musket, some gunpowder, a knife, a Bible, and a few other essentials that seemed adequate for what everyone assumed would be a temporary arrangement. As the boat carried Alexander toward the island's shore, you might imagine the gentle sound of oars cutting through water, the soft scrape of the boat's bottom against sand, and the peculiar silence that settles over a person when they realize they are about to step into complete solitude. The sailors who rowed him ashore spoke in quiet voices, their words carrying the weight of farewell without the drama of tragedy. The moment when Alexander's feet first touched the sand of what would become his home for over 4 years was marked not by fanfare or fear, but by a strange sense of rightness, as if he were finally arriving at a place he had been traveling toward his entire life. The boat pushed back from shore, its occupants waving in the casual manner of people who expected to return soon, and Alexander stood alone on a beach that stretched like a gentle curve of possibility in both directions. The island that would become Alexander's entire world for the next 4 years and 4 months revealed itself slowly, like a story unfolding in the gentle light of early morning. Juan Fernandez Island, as it was known to the few navigators who had charted these waters, stretched before him with the patient presence of land that had waited millions of years for this particular moment of human encounter. Imagine yourself standing where Alexander stood, feeling the warm sand beneath your feet and the soft Pacific breeze carrying sense of unfamiliar vegetation. The island rose from the sea in gentle slopes covered with vegetation so lush and green it seemed to glow with its own inner light. Trees you might not recognize swayed in rhythms older than human memory, their leaves creating patterns of shadow and sunlight that shifted like living tapestries across the forest floor. The first sounds that greeted Alexander were not the harsh cries of distress you might expect, but rather a symphony of natural music that would become the soundtrack of his solitary years. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore provided a constant, soothing rhythm, while birds called to each other in voices that ranged from melodic whistles to soft, conversational chirping. The wind moved through the trees with a sound like distant conversations, carrying with it the green sense of growing things and the salt tang of the surrounding ocean. As Alexander began his first exploration of this new domain, he moved with the careful attention of someone reading a book written in an unfamiliar language. Every step revealed new details about his island home. The texture of different soils beneath his feet, the way certain plants grew in clusters while others stood in solitary magnificence, the patterns of light and shadow that would help him navigate this green world. The island's geography unfolded before him like a gentle lesson in natural architecture. Beaches of fine sand gave way to rocky outcroppings that had been carved by centuries of patient waves into shapes that seemed almost deliberately artistic. Inland, the terrain rose in gradual slopes covered with forests that grew denser and more mysterious as they climbed toward the island's modest peaks. You might picture Alexander discovering the caves that would become his first shelters, natural formations in the rock that offered protection from rain and wind while providing vantage points from which he could observe his new environment. These caves were not dark, forbidding places, but rather cozy alcoves that seemed designed by nature for exactly this purpose, their entrances framed by vegetation that filtered sunlight into soft, green-tinted illumination. The island's water sources revealed themselves gradually, as good things often do. Alexander found streams that ran clear and cold from the island's heights to the sea, their banks lined with plants that seemed to thrive in the constant moisture. The sound of running water became one of the most comforting elements of his new acoustic environment, a constant reminder that the island would provide for his most basic needs. As his first day on the island drew toward evening, Alexander experienced something that many people never encounter in their entire lives: complete, profound silence broken only by natural sounds. There were no human voices, no mechanical noises, no urban hum to create the background static that most of us accept as normal. Instead, there was only the gentle conversation between wind and leaves, the distant murmur of waves, and the soft calls of birds settling into their evening roosts. The sunset on that first evening painted the sky in colors that seemed more vivid than any Alexander had ever seen, perhaps because he was viewing them with the complete attention that solitude makes possible. The sun descended toward the horizon like a golden coin dropping into blue silk, its light turning the ocean's surface into a mirror that reflected clouds and sky until it became impossible to tell where water ended and heaven began. As darkness settled over the island, Alexander experienced his first night of complete solitude. The transition from day to night happened gradually, with no artificial lights to create sharp boundaries between illumination and darkness. Instead, the world dimmed slowly, like consciousness settling into sleep, until only starlight and the gentle phosphorescence of waves provided illumination for this new chapter of his life. The first weeks of Alexander's island life unfolded with the gentle rhythm of someone learning to speak a new language, the language of complete self-reliance. Each day brought small discoveries and quiet adaptations that gradually transformed him from a visitor to a resident of this Pacific sanctuary. Morning on the island arrived not with the harsh clanging of ships' bells or the urgent voices of crew members, but with the soft gradation of light that seeped through the forest canopy like honey through cloth. Alexander would wake to the sound of birds beginning their daily conversations, their calls creating a natural alarm that was both gentle and reliable. The air carried the cool freshness of night giving way to day, scented with the green breath of plants that had spent the dark hours growing in the island's fertile soil. His daily routine developed organically, shaped by the island's natural rhythms rather than the artificial schedules that had governed his shipboard life. You might imagine him beginning each day with a slow walk along the beach, his feet leaving temporary impressions in sand that would be smoothed away by the next tide. These morning walks served multiple purposes. They helped him maintain awareness of his surroundings, provided gentle exercise, and offered time for the kind of quiet contemplation that becomes possible when the mind is not cluttered with social obligations and external demands. The challenge of finding and preparing food became less of a crisis and more of a peaceful daily meditation. The island provided abundantly, but it required Alexander to slow down and pay attention in ways that his previous life had never demanded. Wild turnips grew in patches that he learned to recognize by the particular shade of their leaves and the way they clustered in areas with specific soil conditions. Berries ripened according to their own schedule, teaching him patience and the art of waiting for the right moment. The goats that roamed the island became both companions and sustenance, their presence adding a dimension of gentle liveliness to Alexander's solitary world. These animals had been left by previous visitors and had adapted to island life with the same kind of resilience that Alexander was developing. Watching them move across the landscape with sure-footed confidence taught him about navigation and showed him paths through terrain that might otherwise have remained inaccessible. Catching these goats required Alexander to develop skills that combined patience, observation, and physical agility in ways that felt more like a meditative practice than hunting. He learned to move quietly through the forest, to read the signs that indicated where goats had passed, and to wait motionlessly for long periods until the right moment presented itself. This process taught him about the island's rhythms and helped him develop the kind of focused attention that would serve him well throughout his years of solitude. The preparation of food became a ritual that marked the passage of time and provided structure to days that might otherwise have blended together without distinction. Alexander learned to make fire using methods that connected him to the most fundamental human technologies, the spark and flame that had warmed and fed his species for millennia. The process of cooking over an open fire filled his shelter with warmth and the comforting sense of prepared food, creating a sense of home in what might otherwise have felt like temporary camping. His clothing, subjected to the constant wear of island life without the possibility of replacement, began to deteriorate in ways that forced him to become inventive. Alexander learned to repair and modify his garments using materials the island provided: plant fibers, animal skins, and his own growing skill at improvisation. This process of maintaining and creating the basic necessities of civilized life helped him understand the fundamental technologies that most people take for granted. The island's weather patterns became as familiar to Alexander as the moods of an old friend. He learned to read the signs that predicted rain, the particular way clouds gathered over the island's peaks, the change in wind direction, the behavior of birds and other animals who seemed to sense atmospheric changes before they became obvious to human senses. This knowledge allowed him to prepare for storms and to appreciate the different kinds of beauty that each type of weather brought to his island home. Sleep, in this environment of complete safety and natural quiet, became deeper and more restorative than Alexander had ever experienced. Without the constant vigilance required by shipboard life or the social anxieties of human community, his mind could truly rest. The sounds that lulled him to sleep: waves against the shore, wind through leaves, the distant calls of night birds, created a natural lullaby that connected him to rhythms far older than human civilization. Dreams, in this context of profound solitude, took on new significance and clarity. Without the daily input of human conversation and social interaction, Alexander's unconscious mind seemed to process his experiences more thoroughly, creating dreams that were vivid, meaningful, and often surprisingly comforting. These nocturnal journeys became another form of companionship, providing his mind with the kind of narrative and symbolic processing that helps humans make sense of their experiences. In the gentle progression of Alexander's island life, the third season brought with it a deepening understanding of the materials his Pacific sanctuary offered, and with this knowledge came the slow, meditative development of skills that transformed mere survival into something approaching artistry. The morning light filtered through the canopy of his improved shelter, illuminating hands that had grown strong and sure from months of patient work with natural materials. Alexander's fingers, once soft from shipboard life, had developed the kind of sensitivity that comes from constant contact with wood, fiber, and stone. You might imagine him beginning each day by examining his tools, simple implements that he had crafted himself but which had become extensions of his will and intention. The process of creating fire, which had initially required careful attention and sometimes frustrating repetition, had evolved into a ritual that connected Alexander to the most fundamental human technologies. His fire-making kit, assembled from island materials and refined through countless repetitions, could produce flame with the reliability of any manufactured device. The bow drill he had crafted from hardwood and plant fiber worked with a smooth efficiency that spoke to hours of patient adjustment and refinement. You can picture Alexander working in the gentle morning light, the steady rhythm of the bow creating friction that would bloom into the small miracle of fire. This daily ritual had become a meditation, a quiet ceremony that marked the transition from sleep to wakefulness, and reminded him of his connection to countless generations of humans who had performed this same essential task. The island's plant life had revealed its secrets gradually, through the kind of patient observation that only extended residence makes possible. Alexander learned to recognize not just which plants were edible, but which parts were best at different seasons, how to prepare them for maximum nutrition and flavor, and how to preserve them for times when fresh gathering was difficult. Wild turnips, berries, and various greens became not just sustenance but ingredients in combinations that provided genuine culinary pleasure. The preparation of plant fibers for weaving and rope making had evolved from desperate necessity into skilled craftsmanship. Alexander's hands learned to select the right plants at the optimal time for harvesting, to process the fibers through techniques that maximized their strength and flexibility, and to weave them into materials that served his various needs with increasing sophistication. His clothing, patched and modified countless times, had become a unique hybrid of manufactured materials and island innovations. The process of maintaining and improving his garments required constant creativity and problem solving. Alexander learned to use plant dyes to color his repairs, creating patterns that were both functional and aesthetically pleasing. His needle, crafted from bone and carefully shaped through patient grinding against stone, could create stitches fine enough for delicate work or strong enough for heavy-duty repairs. The evolution of his shelter from simple cave to comfortable dwelling reflected Alexander's growing understanding of the island's climate and materials. He learned to weave walls that provided privacy and wind protection while allowing air circulation. His bed, constructed from carefully selected and arranged plant materials, provided comfort that rivaled anything he had known during his shipboard years. Toolmaking became an ongoing meditation on the relationship between form and function. Alexander's knives, scrapers, and cutting implements were shaped through countless hours of grinding against stone, each tool refined through use until it performed its intended function with maximum efficiency. The handles he crafted from wood were shaped to fit his hands perfectly, creating implements that felt like natural extensions of his body. The island stones revealed their individual characteristics through Alexander's growing experience with toolmaking and construction. He learned to recognize which rocks would hold an edge, which would serve best for grinding and shaping, and which could be used for construction projects. His hammerstones, selected for their perfect balance and striking surface, became as familiar as old friends. Water collection and storage evolved from simple necessity into an elegant system that ensured clean, fresh water was always available. Alexander learned to construct containers from gourds and other natural materials, to create filtration systems using sand and plant materials, and to position his collection points to take maximum advantage of the island's rainfall patterns. The process of preserving food became increasingly sophisticated as Alexander learned to use the island's climate and materials to extend the life of his provisions. Smoking, drying, and other preservation techniques allowed him to maintain food stores that provided security against periods when gathering was difficult or impossible. Alexander's understanding of the island's microclimates deepened through seasons of careful observation. He learned which areas stayed dry during rain, which provided the best protection from wind, and which offered optimal conditions for different activities. This knowledge allowed him to plan his daily movements and activities with the efficiency of someone who understood his environment at the most intimate level. The creation of cordage from plant materials became an almost automatic activity that Alexander could perform while thinking about other things or simply enjoying the meditative quality of repetitive hand work. His ropes and lines, twisted from carefully prepared fibers, were strong enough for any task the island demanded while being pleasant to handle and work with. As evening approached each day, Alexander would often spend time maintaining and improving his various tools and implements, working by firelight in the comfortable routine that had developed over months of practice. These evening maintenance sessions became a form of meditation, a quiet time for reflection while his hands performed familiar, satisfying work. The sound of his tools working against various materials, the scrape of stone on wood, the whisper of fiber being twisted into rope, the gentle tapping of bone needle through fabric, created a peaceful acoustic environment that spoke of human industry harmoniously integrated with natural surroundings. As Alexander's understanding of his island home deepened through the patient accumulation of seasonal observations, he he began to experience what might be called the rhythm of natural abundance. The way the island provided different gifts at different times, creating a cycle of plenty that required only attention and gratitude to access fully. The approach of what he had learned to recognize as the island's most fruitful season brought with it a subtle shift in the quality of light and air that his solitude-sharpened senses could detect weeks before the changes became obvious. You might imagine Alexander waking one morning to a particular quality of dawn light that spoke to some deep, instinctive knowledge about the turning of seasons, a recognition that came not from calendars or external markers but from the intimate familiarity that develops between a person and a place when they live together in unhurried harmony. The island's fruit trees, which Alexander had learned to identify and locate during his early months of residence, began to show the first subtle signs of approaching ripeness. The process of fruit development became a source of daily interest and anticipation, as Alexander observed the gradual changes in color, size, and texture that preceded the moment of perfect readiness. This patient watching taught him about timing and natural processes in ways that no rushed existence could have provided. Wild berries ripened in waves throughout the season, each variety reaching its peak at slightly different times, creating a natural succession of flavors and nutritional opportunities. Alexander learned to recognize not just when berries were ripe, but when they were at their absolute peak. The brief window when sweetness, texture, and nutritional value combined to create the perfect eating experience. This knowledge required the kind of daily attention and repeated observation that only someone with unlimited time could develop. The island's nut-bearing trees provided another form of seasonal abundance that required both patience and skill to access fully. Alexander learned the techniques for harvesting, processing, and storing nuts in ways that maximized their nutritional value and extended their useful life. The process of cracking nuts became a meditative evening activity, performed by firelight, while his mind wandered through memories and observations. Root vegetables, growing wild in various parts of the island, offered sustenance that was available year-round but reached peak quality during certain seasons. Alexander's knowledge of where to find these plants, when to harvest them, and how to prepare them for maximum nutrition and flavor represented a form of botanical expertise that few people in his era possessed. The daily search for these underground treasures became a peaceful form of exploration that kept him intimately connected to every part of his island domain. The island's streams and springs revealed seasonal variations in flow and quality that Alexander learned to anticipate and utilize. During periods of heavy rainfall, he developed systems for collecting and storing the abundant fresh water. During drier periods, he knew which sources remained reliable and how to access them most efficiently. This intimate knowledge of the island's hydrology provided both practical benefits and a deep sense of connection to the natural cycles that governed his environment. Alexander's relationship with the island's goat population evolved during this period into something resembling animal husbandry, though conducted with the patience and respect that his solitary life had taught him. He learned to predict the goats' movements and behavior patterns, understanding where they would be at different times of day and in different weather conditions. This knowledge allowed him to hunt more efficiently while also developing a genuine appreciation for these animals as fellow inhabitants of his island world. The preparation and preservation of meat became increasingly sophisticated as Alexander learned to use every part of the animals he caught. Smoking techniques, developed through patient experimentation, allowed him to preserve meat for extended periods while creating flavors that provided genuine culinary pleasure. The process of preparing hides for various uses became another form of meditative work that connected him to traditional skills that most of his contemporaries had never needed to develop. Alexander's understanding of the island's weather patterns reached a level of sophistication that allowed him to predict changes days in advance. The subtle signs that preceded different types of weather, changes in wind direction, cloud formations, animal behavior, and atmospheric pressure, became as readable to him as written text. This meteorological knowledge allowed him to plan his activities with remarkable efficiency and to prepare for storms or other weather events well before they arrived. The collection and preparation of materials for various crafts projects became integrated into Alexander's daily routines in ways that maximized efficiency while providing ongoing opportunities for creative expression. Palm fronds for weaving, wood for carving, stones for tools, and fibers for rope making were gathered and processed according to seasonal availability, and his evolving understanding of when each material was at its optimal quality. Alexander's daily walks around the island, which had initially been motivated by the practical need to maintain awareness of his environment, evolved into something resembling a naturalist's survey. He began to notice and remember details about plant growth, animal behavior, and environmental changes that created a comprehensive understanding of his island's ecology. These observations provided intellectual stimulation and a sense of purpose that enriched his solitary existence. The evening hours, when the day's practical work was completed, became times for what might be called island administration. The planning, organizing, and reflection that allowed Alexander to make the most of his resources and opportunities. These quiet periods of mental organization, conducted by firelight in the comfort of his improved shelter, provided a sense of control and purposefulness that contributed significantly to his psychological well-being. Food preparation evolved from simple necessity into a form of culinary art that provided daily pleasure and creative expression. Alexander learned to combine the island's various offerings in ways that created genuine variety and satisfaction in his diet. The process of cooking became a daily ritual that marked the transition from work to rest and provided sensory pleasures that enriched his solitary existence. The maintenance of his various food storage systems became an ongoing project that required constant attention and adjustment. Alexander developed techniques for protecting stored food from insects and moisture while ensuring adequate air circulation to prevent spoilage. These storage systems represented a form of insurance against lean periods and provided psychological security that contributed to his overall sense of well-being. As months flowed into one another like gentle tides, Alexander began to experience time in a completely different way than he ever had before. Without clocks, calendars, or social schedules to fragment his days into artificial segments, he found himself living according to the island's natural rhythms, the slow cycle of seasons, the monthly phases of the moon, and the daily arc of the sun across the sky. The island's seasons revealed themselves subtly, through changes so gradual that they required the kind of patient attention that only solitude can provide. You might imagine Alexander noticing that certain flowers bloomed in patterns that repeated over longer cycles, or that the behavior of birds shifted in response to changes in temperature and daylight that were too subtle for casual observation to detect. The rainy season arrived like a gentle, persistent visitor, bringing with it a different kind of beauty and a new set of daily rhythms. The sound of rain on leaves became a constant, soothing background music that lasted for weeks at a time. Alexander learned to appreciate the way rain transformed the island's colors, making greens more vivid and bringing out subtle hues in rocks and soil that were invisible during dry periods. During these rainy months, Alexander spent more time in his shelters, which had evolved from simple caves into comfortable living spaces that reflected his growing understanding of the island's materials and his own needs. He had learned to weave mats from plant fibers, creating surfaces that were both comfortable and practical. The process of this weaving became a meditative activity that occupied his hands while allowing his mind to wander through memories, observations, and the kind of deep thinking that requires unhurried time. The dry season brought different pleasures and challenges. The island streams ran lower, requiring Alexander to be more thoughtful about water conservation and to explore new sources that only revealed themselves when water levels dropped. The vegetation changed character, with some plants becoming dormant, while others seemed to thrive in the drier conditions. These seasonal changes taught Alexander about adaptation and resilience, lessons that applied as much to his own psychological adjustment as to the natural world around him. Alexander's relationship with his own thoughts underwent a profound transformation during these months of solitude. Without the constant input of human conversation and social interaction, his mind began to process experiences more deeply and thoroughly. Memories from his past life took on new significance as he had unlimited time to examine them from different angles, understanding patterns and connections that had been invisible when he was caught up in the rush of social existence. The Bible that he had brought with him became not just a source of spiritual comfort, but a companion in the truest sense. Reading the same passages repeatedly in this context of profound solitude revealed layers of meaning that had been hidden when he had read them in the context of normal social life. The rhythm of biblical language began to influence his own internal monologue, providing a kind of mental music that helped structure his thoughts and emotions. Alexander discovered that talking to himself was not a sign of madness, but rather a natural and healthy way of processing experiences when no other human conversation was available. These self-conversations became increasingly sophisticated, with Alexander taking different sides of internal debates and working through complex problems by verbalizing his thoughts. This practice helped him maintain his verbal abilities and provided a form of intellectual stimulation that kept his mind sharp and engaged. The island's wildlife became increasingly familiar, with individual animals taking on the character of acquaintances if not quite friends. Alexander learned to recognize particular goats by their markings and behavior patterns, and he began to understand the social structures that governed their interactions. Birds, too, became individuals rather than just members of species, with certain ones seeming to show curiosity about this unusual human resident of their island. Physical fitness, in this environment of constant gentle activity, reached levels that Alexander had never achieved during his shipboard life. The daily walking, climbing, swimming, and manual work required by island survival created a kind of natural gymnasium that strengthened his body while avoiding the strain and injury that can come from artificial exercise. His movements became more fluid and efficient, adapted to the specific challenges and opportunities that the island presented. The development of what we might call island time became one of the most significant aspects of Alexander's transformation. Without external pressures to create artificial urgency, he learned to work at the pace that felt natural and sustainable. Projects could be completed over weeks or months without any sense of delay or procrastination. This unhurried approach to tasks allowed for a level of craftsmanship and attention to detail that would have been impossible under normal social pressures. Alexander's sensory awareness became extraordinarily acute during this period. Without the constant noise and visual clutter of civilized life, he began to notice subtleties in his environment that would have been completely invisible to his previous, more distracted consciousness. He could detect changes in weather hours before they became obvious, recognize the approach of different animals by almost imperceptible sounds, and navigate the island in conditions that would have challenged him greatly when he first arrived. Sleep patterns, freed from artificial lighting and social schedules, aligned themselves with natural rhythms in ways that created deeper rest and more vivid dreams. Alexander found himself waking naturally at dawn and becoming sleepy as darkness fell, his body's internal clocks synchronizing perfectly with the island's daily cycle. This natural sleep schedule provided energy and mental clarity that he had never experienced during his previous life of artificial schedules and social obligations. In the flowing progression of Alexander's island years, there came a period when his relationship with time itself underwent a transformation so profound that it changed not just how he experienced his days, but how he understood the very nature of existence. This was the season when island time revealed its deepest secrets, when the artificial urgency that had once driven his shipboard life dissolved completely into rhythms as natural and unhurried as the tides. You might imagine Alexander waking one morning to realize that he could no longer remember what day of the week it was, or even what month, and discovering that this forgetting brought not anxiety but a profound sense of liberation. The arbitrary divisions that human society imposes on the continuous flow of time had become irrelevant on an island where the only schedules that mattered were those written in the movements of sun and moon, the cycles of plants and animals, and the gentle progression of seasons. The morning routine that had developed over months of island life now unfolded with the unhurried grace of a natural process. Alexander would wake when his body felt rested, not when external demands required consciousness. The quality of light filtering through his shelter told him everything he needed to know about the time of day, while the sounds of birds and the feel of air temperature provided information about weather and season that was far more relevant than any clock could offer. His daily activities arranged themselves according to natural logic rather than artificial schedules. Tasks that required good light were performed when the sun was bright. Work that generated heat was done during the cooler parts of the day. Food gathering followed the rhythms of plant and animal availability rather than predetermined meal times. This organic organization of daily life created an efficiency and satisfaction that no imposed schedule could match. Alexander discovered that without the constant pressure of artificial deadlines and social obligations, his mind could engage with tasks at whatever pace felt natural and appropriate. Projects could unfold over days, weeks, or months without any sense of delay or procrastination. A basket might be woven slowly over many evenings, each session adding a few rows while providing meditative relaxation. A tool might be shaped gradually, with each day's work improving its form and function until it reached a state of perfection that rushed work could never achieve. The island's natural cycles became Alexander's calendar and clock, providing temporal markers that were both more reliable and more meaningful than the artificial systems he had left behind. The phases of the moon marked longer periods, while the daily arc of the sun provided shorter divisions of time. Seasonal changes in plant growth, animal behavior, and weather patterns created an annual rhythm that connected him to cycles far larger than individual human concerns. You can picture Alexander sitting by his evening fire, watching the familiar constellations wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, feeling himself connected to temporal rhythms that had governed life on Earth long before human civilization began its attempt to impose artificial order on natural flow. This connection to cosmic time provided a sense of perspective and peace that the frantic pace of social existence had never allowed him to experience. The process of food preparation, freed from the constraints of predetermined meal times, became a form of culinary meditation that could extend over hours without any sense of wasted time. Alexander learned to appreciate the subtle changes that occurred when food was prepared slowly and with complete attention. Flavors developed more fully, textures reached optimal states, and the act of cooking became a form of creative expression that provided satisfaction far beyond mere nutrition. Alexander's crafts projects evolved according to their own internal logic rather than external deadlines. A piece of rope might be twisted over many sessions, with each period of work adding strength and refinement to the finished product. Clothing repairs could be approached with the kind of careful attention that created not just functionality but beauty, with each stitch placed with the precision that unlimited time makes possible. The maintenance of his shelter and tools became an ongoing meditation rather than a chore to be completed quickly. Alexander learned to appreciate the process of maintenance as much as its results, finding satisfaction in the careful attention required to keep his possessions in optimal condition. This approach to maintenance created a relationship with his material possessions that was based on respect and gratitude rather than the casual disregard that abundance and replaceability encourage. Weather, experienced without the pressure to maintain artificial schedules regardless of natural conditions, became a source of variety and interest rather than inconvenience. Rainy days provided opportunities for indoor projects and contemplation. Sunny periods invited outdoor activities and exploration. Storms became dramatic entertainment rather than obstacles to predetermined plans. This flexible response to weather conditions created a harmony between human activity and natural rhythms that contributed significantly to Alexander's sense of well-being. The absence of artificial lighting meant that Alexander's daily rhythm aligned perfectly with the natural cycle of light and darkness. Evening activities wound down naturally as daylight faded, while morning energy returned with the sun. This alignment with natural circadian rhythms created sleep patterns that were deeper and more restorative than anything he had experienced during his artificially lit shipboard life. Alexander's walks around the island, no longer constrained by time pressure or predetermined destinations, became opportunities for the kind of open-ended exploration that reveals details and connections invisible to hurried observation. He could stop to examine interesting plants, watch animal behavior, or simply sit and appreciate beautiful views for as long as felt natural and satisfying. The evening hours, when practical work was completed and darkness made outdoor activities impractical, became times for reflection and mental processing that allowed Alexander to integrate his daily experiences into a growing understanding of island life and his own psychological development. These quiet periods of contemplation, conducted by firelight in the comfort of his shelter, provided the kind of mental space that rushed existence never allows. Reading his Bible in this context of unlimited time revealed layers of meaning that had been invisible when reading was squeezed into brief periods between other obligations. Alexander could contemplate individual passages for as long as they continued to yield insights, allowing the rhythm of biblical language to influence his own internal monologue and providing spiritual nourishment that went far beyond simple religious obligation. The development of what might be called island wisdom became possible only through this transformation in his relationship with time. The insights and understanding that emerged from his solitary experience required the kind of patient reflection and gradual integration that hurried existence makes impossible. This wisdom, developed through unhurried observation and contemplation, became one of the most valuable aspects of his island experience. As Alexander's island residence extended into its deeper phases, he discovered that solitude, rather than being the absence of companionship, was actually a different kind of social experience, one that involved forms of communication and relationship that the constant chatter of human society had previously made impossible to recognize or develop. The morning conversations that Alexander began having with himself evolved from simple practical planning into sophisticated internal dialogues that provided intellectual stimulation and emotional processing far more nuanced than most social interactions he had experienced. You might imagine him beginning each day by discussing with himself the various options for daily activities, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of different approaches with the kind of thorough consideration that external time pressures rarely allow. These self-conversations develop their own rhythm and character, with Alexander naturally taking different sides of internal debates and working through complex problems by verbalizing his thoughts. This practice helped him maintain his verbal abilities while providing a form of intellectual exercise that kept his mind sharp and engaged. The quality of these internal dialogues improved over time, becoming more sophisticated and helpful as Alexander learned to be both questioner and respondent in his own mental processes. Alexander's relationship with the island's animals evolved into something that resembled genuine communication, though conducted through observation, patience, and mutual respect rather than words. The goats that shared his island home began to recognize him as a permanent resident rather than a temporary intruder, and their behavior around him shifted from wariness to a kind of cautious acceptance that allowed for closer observation and interaction. You can picture Alexander sitting quietly near a group of goats, watching their social interactions and beginning to understand the subtle signals they used to communicate with each other. Over time, he learned to recognize individual animals by their appearance and behavior patterns, developing relationships with particular goats that provided a form of companionship that was different from human interaction but nonetheless meaningful and satisfying. The island's birds became another source of what might be called conversation, as Alexander learned to recognize the different calls and songs that marked various activities and times of day. Some birds seemed to show curiosity about this unusual human resident, approaching closer than they might have to a temporary visitor and providing Alexander with opportunities to observe their behavior in detail that few people ever experience. Alexander began to understand that the birds' various calls carried information about weather changes, the presence of other animals, and the general state of the island's environment. This acoustic information became part of his daily awareness, providing a form of communication with the natural world that enriched his understanding of his environment, while creating a sense of participation in the island's ongoing life. The island's plant life, observed with the patient attention that solitude makes possible, revealed patterns of growth and change that seemed almost like slow conversations about the passage of seasons and the effects of weather. Alexander learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when plants were thriving, when they were stressed, and when they were entering different phases of their growth cycles. This botanical awareness created a relationship with the plant world that went beyond simple utilization for food and materials. Alexander began to feel like a participant in the island's ecological conversations, understanding his role as both observer and participant in the complex web of relationships that sustained the island's life systems. The ocean itself became a source of what might be called communication, as Alexander learned to read the subtle variations in wave patterns, water color, and surface conditions that indicated changes in weather, tide, and season. The constant sound of waves against the shore provided a kind of background conversation that was always present but never monotonous, changing in rhythm and intensity according to conditions that Alexander gradually learned to interpret. Standing at the water's edge during different weather conditions, Alexander could feel himself in communication with forces and systems far larger than his individual existence. The ocean's moods, calm and reflective during peaceful weather, dramatic and powerful during storms, provided a form of companionship that connected him to the planet's larger rhythms and cycles. Alexander's dreams, in this context of reduced external stimulation and increased internal attention, became more vivid and seemed to provide a form of internal conversation that helped him process his experiences and emotions. These dreams often featured people from his past life, creating opportunities for the kind of dialogue and interaction that his waking solitude didn't provide. The dream conversations felt real and meaningful, providing Alexander with opportunities to work through unresolved feelings and relationships from his previous life. This dream dialogue became an important part of his psychological processing, helping him maintain emotional balance and continue his personal development even in the absence of actual human interaction. Alexander's relationship with his own memories became another form of internal conversation, as he learned to revisit past experiences with the kind of thorough attention that solitude makes possible. These memory conversations allowed him to understand his past experiences from new perspectives, gaining insights and resolution that the rush of active life had never permitted. The process of memory review became a form of self-therapy that helped Alexander integrate his life experiences into a coherent understanding of his own development and character. These internal conversations with his past self provided continuity and meaning that helped sustain his sense of identity during his long isolation. Reading aloud from his Bible became a form of conversation that connected Alexander to voices and perspectives from across centuries and cultures. The rhythm of spoken language, even when he was both speaker and audience, provided a form of verbal interaction that helped maintain his connection to human communication while offering spiritual and intellectual nourishment. The biblical passages took on new meaning when read aloud in the acoustic environment of the island, with the natural sounds of wind, water, and wildlife providing a kind of responsive chorus to the ancient words. This integration of biblical language with natural sounds created a form of worship and reflection that was both deeply personal and connected to larger spiritual traditions. Alexander's evening reflections, conducted by firelight in the quiet of his shelter, became structured conversations with himself about the day's experiences, observations, and insights. These reflection sessions provided closure to each day while helping him process and integrate his ongoing experiences into a growing understanding of island life and his own development. The practice of evening reflection became a form of mental hygiene that helped Alexander maintain psychological balance and continue his personal growth throughout his years of solitude. These conversations with himself provided the kind of processing and integration that social conversation often provides, while allowing for the deeper exploration that unlimited time and complete privacy make possible. As Alexander's second year on the island began, he entered what might be called the deepest phase of his solitary journey. A period when the initial challenges of survival had been mastered and the profound psychological effects of extended isolation began to reshape his understanding of himself and the world around him. The morning rituals that had developed during his first year became more elaborate and meaningful, taking on the character of gentle ceremonies that marked the passage of time and provided structure to days that might otherwise have blended together without distinction. You might picture Alexander beginning each day with a slow walk to a particular vantage point where he could observe the sunrise while listening to the island's awakening sounds, birds beginning their daily conversations, the gentle shift in wind patterns that came with the warming air, and the subtle changes in the ocean's rhythm as day replaced night. These morning observations became a form of meditation that connected Alexander to cycles and patterns much larger than his individual existence. Watching the sun rise over the same horizon day after day, he began to understand time not as a series of discrete moments rushing towards some distant goal, but as a continuous flow in which each moment contained its own completeness and significance. The island's geography, which he had initially learned for practical reasons of navigation and resource location, began to take on emotional and spiritual significance. Certain places became associated with particular moods or types of thinking. A grove of trees near one of the streams became his preferred location for the kind of deep reflection that required complete stillness and quiet. A rocky outcropping that provided views of the ocean became the place where he went when he needed to feel connected to the larger world beyond his island home. Alexander's relationship with silence underwent a profound evolution during this period. What had initially been the absence of human voices and mechanical sounds became a positive presence, a kind of companionship that provided space for thoughts and feelings to develop without interference. This silence was not empty but full, containing all the subtle sounds of the natural world and creating an acoustic environment that supported rather than distracted from deep thinking and feeling. The process of food preparation, which had begun as a necessity, evolved into something approaching art. Alexander learned to combine the island's various plants and fruits in ways that created not just nutrition but genuine pleasure. The act of cooking became a daily creative practice that engaged his senses and provided opportunities for the kind of focused attention that creates satisfaction and meaning in simple activities. His shelters, too, evolved beyond mere protection from the elements into spaces that reflected his growing understanding of comfort and beauty. Alexander learned to arrange his living spaces in ways that pleased his eye and supported his daily activities. The process of creating and maintaining these spaces became a form of self-expression that helped him maintain a sense of identity and purpose during the long months of solitude. The island's plant life became increasingly familiar, not just as sources of food and materials, but as companions in the truest sense. Alexander began to notice the individual characteristics of particular trees and plants, observing their growth patterns and seasonal changes with the kind of attention that reveals personality and character. Some plants seemed to thrive in his presence, while others maintained a kind of dignified distance that he learned to respect. Memory, in this environment of unhurried reflection, became more vivid and accessible than it had ever been during his previous life. Alexander found that he could recall experiences from his childhood and youth with extraordinary clarity, understanding connections and patterns that had been invisible when he was living through them. These recovered memories became a form of entertainment and education, providing material for reflection and analysis during the long, quiet hours of island life. The development of what might be called island wisdom became apparent during this period. Alexander began to understand principles of living that had been hidden by the complexity and distraction of social existence. He learned about the relationship between effort and satisfaction, discovering that work performed at a natural pace with full attention created a kind of fulfillment that rushed or distracted labor could never provide. Weather, which had initially been something to be endured or protected against, became a source of beauty and interest. Alexander learned to appreciate the different qualities of light that came with various atmospheric conditions, the way rain transformed the island's colors and scents, and the particular beauty of storms viewed from a position of safety and shelter. Each type of weather brought its own gifts and lessons, contributing to his growing understanding of the natural world's complexity and generosity. The night sky, unmarred by artificial light and observed with the patient attention that solitude makes possible, became a source of wonder and contemplation. Alexander learned to recognize constellations and to track the moon's phases, using these celestial markers to maintain his connection to time's passage while appreciating the beauty and mystery of the cosmos. These nighttime observations provided a sense of scale and perspective that helped him understand his place in the larger universe. Dreams, in this context of natural sleep and unhurried reflection, became more vivid and meaningful than they had ever been. Alexander found that his dreams often provided solutions to practical problems or insights into emotional challenges that his waking mind had been struggling with. This dream life became another form of companionship, providing his unconscious mind with opportunities to process experiences and emotions in ways that supported his psychological well-being. In the gentle progression of seasons that marked Alexander's deepening mastery of island life, there emerged a period when his relationship with the physical challenges of survival evolved from desperate improvisation into something approaching the systematic problem-solving that we might recognize as engineering. Though conducted with materials and methods that connected him directly to the most fundamental human technologies. The morning light that filtered through Alexander's improved shelter revealed tools and implements that bore the marks of countless hours of patient refinement. His hands, now permanently shaped by the work they performed, moved with the confidence of someone who had learned to see solutions in the raw materials that surrounded him. You might imagine him beginning each day by examining his various projects and tools, assessing what needed attention and planning improvements with the unhurried thoroughness that unlimited time makes possible. The evolution of his fire-making system represented perhaps the clearest example of how necessity had been transformed into elegant efficiency through patient experimentation. What had begun as desperate attempts to create flame had evolved into a sophisticated kit of tools and materials that could produce fire reliably under any conditions the island might present. Alexander's fire bow, carved from carefully selected hardwood and fitted with a cord twisted from the strongest plant fibers, worked with mechanical precision that would have impressed any craftsman. The tinder collection and preparation that supported his fire-making had become a science in itself, with Alexander maintaining supplies of various materials that would catch and hold flame under different conditions. Dry moss, shredded bark, and other combustible materials were gathered, processed, and stored with the same attention to quality and reliability that any manufacturer might give to critical components. Alexander's shelter had evolved through multiple iterations, each version incorporating lessons learned from previous designs and seasonal experiences. The structure that now protected him from the island's weather represented a sophisticated understanding of local climate conditions, available materials, and construction techniques that maximized comfort while minimizing maintenance requirements. You can picture the careful attention that went into selecting and preparing the materials for this shelter. Palm fronds woven into panels that provided both privacy and weather protection, wooden framework joints that were fitted with the precision of fine furniture, and foundation elements that ensured stability and drainage during the island's rainy seasons. Each element of the shelter reflected not just practical necessity but aesthetic consideration that made his living space genuinely pleasant rather than merely functional. The water collection and storage systems that Alexander developed represented another area where practical necessity had evolved into sophisticated engineering. His rain collection system, constructed from carefully shaped leaves and hollowed gourds, could capture and channel water with efficiency that wasted nothing while ensuring that stored water remained clean and fresh for extended periods. The filtration systems he developed for treating water from various sources demonstrated an understanding of natural purification processes that few of his contemporaries possessed. Sand and charcoal filters, constructed from island materials and refined through experimentation, could produce clean, pleasant-tasting water from sources that might otherwise have been questionable. Alexander's food preservation systems had evolved into what might be called a complete food technology, with different methods optimized for different types of provisions and storage periods. His smoking apparatus, constructed from stones and wood with careful attention to air flow and temperature control, could preserve meat and fish with reliability that ensured food security during periods when hunting was difficult. Drying racks for fruits and vegetables were positioned to take advantage of optimal sun exposure and air circulation, while storage containers made from gourds and other natural materials protected preserved foods from insects and moisture. These systems worked together to create a food security network that provided both practical benefits and psychological peace of mind. The tools that Alexander crafted for various purposes represented a complete technology adapted to island materials and requirements. His cutting implements, ground and shaped from carefully selected stones, held edges that could handle any task from food preparation to craft work. The handles he fitted to these tools were shaped to his hands with the precision that only unlimited time and repeated use could achieve. Alexander's rope and cordage production had evolved into a sophisticated understanding of fiber preparation, twisting techniques, and strength optimization that would have impressed any professional rope maker. The various grades of cordage he produced, from fine thread for delicate work to heavy rope for construction projects, demonstrated mastery of techniques that few people in his era ever needed to develop. The weaving techniques Alexander developed for creating mats, baskets, and fabric represented another area where practical necessity had evolved into genuine craftsmanship. His understanding of different plant fibers, their preparation requirements, and their optimal applications allowed him to create woven goods that were both functional and aesthetically pleasing. You might imagine Alexander working in the gentle light of evening, his hands moving through the familiar motions of weaving while his mind wandered through memories and observations. The rhythm of this work provided both practical results and meditative relaxation, creating objects that served immediate needs while providing the satisfaction that comes from skilled handwork. Alexander's understanding of the island's microclimates had evolved into a sophisticated knowledge of environmental engineering that allowed him to optimize his various activities and systems. He knew which areas provided the best conditions for different types of work, where to position various storage and processing systems for maximum efficiency, and how to take advantage of natural features to support his various projects. The workshop areas he established for different types of activities represented a form of industrial organization adapted to island conditions and individual needs. Tool-making areas were positioned to take advantage of optimal lighting and ventilation. Food processing areas were located for convenience and sanitation. Storage areas were designed to protect materials while providing easy access when needed. Alexander's maintenance routines for his various systems and tools had evolved into a comprehensive program that ensured everything remained in optimal condition with minimal crisis intervention. Regular inspection and preventive maintenance prevented small problems from becoming major failures, while systematic upgrading and improvement meant that his various systems became more efficient and reliable over time. The integration of all these systems into a coherent whole represented perhaps the most impressive aspect of Alexander's island engineering. His various activities and technologies supported each other in ways that created efficiencies and redundancies that made his overall survival system remarkably robust and sustainable. As Alexander's island years deepened into their most profound phase, he began to experience what might be called the meteorology of solitude. The way that extended isolation creates its own climate of consciousness, with seasons of mood and awareness that follow patterns as natural and predictable as the weather systems that moved across his Pacific sanctuary. The morning awareness that came with each dawn brought with it a quality of consciousness that Alexander had never experienced during his socially engaged life. Without the immediate pressure of human interaction and external demands, his mind could emerge from sleep with the gradual, natural awakening that allows for the kind of gentle transition between unconscious and conscious states that most people never experience. You might imagine Alexander lying in his comfortable shelter as consciousness returned, feeling his awareness expand slowly from the immediate sensations of warmth and rest to encompass the familiar sounds of his island awakening. Birds beginning their daily conversations, the gentle shift in wind patterns that came with sunrise, and the subtle changes in light that marked the progression from night to day. This gradual awakening created a quality of morning consciousness that was both alert and peaceful, free from the jarring transition that artificial alarms and social obligations typically impose on the natural sleep cycle. Alexander's mind could begin each day with the kind of clarity and openness that provided optimal conditions for observation, reflection, and creative problem-solving. The emotional seasons that Alexander experienced during his island years followed patterns that seemed to correspond to natural cycles while also reflecting the deeper psychological processes that extended solitude makes possible. Periods of what might be called emotional winter. Times when memories of his previous life created feelings of loss or longing, alternated with seasons of contentment, and even joy in his island existence. These emotional cycles were not the rapid mood swings that social stress often creates, but rather the deeper, slower movements of consciousness that occur when the mind has time and space to process experiences thoroughly. Alexander learned to recognize and accept these internal seasons as natural aspects of psychological life, either fighting against difficult periods nor becoming attached to pleasant ones. During what he came to think of as his contemplative seasons, Alexander experienced states of awareness that approached what contemplative traditions might recognize as meditative consciousness. The combination of solitude, natural beauty, and freedom from external demands created conditions that supported the kind of sustained attention and inner stillness that few people ever have the opportunity to develop. You can picture Alexander sitting in one of his favorite spots, perhaps the rocky outcropping that provided views of the ocean, entering naturally into states of consciousness where the boundaries between observer and observed seemed to dissolve. In these moments, he felt himself connected to the island's life in ways that went beyond simple physical residence to encompass a kind of ecological participation that was both deeply personal and transpersonal. The creative seasons of Alexander's island life brought periods when his various craft projects seemed to flow with unusual ease and inspiration. During these times, his hands seemed to know intuitively how to shape materials into useful and beautiful objects, while his mind generated solutions to practical problems with the kind of effortless creativity that emerges when consciousness is not cluttered with external pressures and distractions. These creative periods often coincided with particular weather conditions or seasonal changes, as if the island's natural rhythms were somehow synchronized with Alexander's internal cycles of inspiration and productivity. The integration of his creative work with natural patterns created a sense of harmony and flow that made even practical tasks feel like forms of artistic expression. Alexander's periods of what might be called philosophical weather brought times when his mind naturally turned to the deeper questions that his island experience raised about human nature, the relationship between individual and environment, and the sources of genuine satisfaction and meaning in life. These contemplative seasons provided opportunities for the kind of sustained reflection that social existence rarely allows. During these reflective periods, Alexander found himself naturally reviewing and integrating his life experiences, understanding patterns and connections that had been invisible when he was caught up in the immediate demands of social existence. This ongoing process of life review and integration contributed significantly to his psychological development and helped him maintain a coherent sense of identity despite his radical change in circumstances. The seasons of memory that visited Alexander during his island years brought periods when particular aspects of his past life became vivid and present in ways that allowed for new understanding and resolution. These were not simply nostalgic episodes. but rather opportunities for the kind of thorough processing of past experiences that helps create psychological integration and emotional maturity. Alexander learned to welcome these memory seasons as opportunities for growth and understanding rather than simply missing his former life. The combination of solitude and unhurried time allowed him to examine his past relationships and experiences with the kind of objective attention that can transform even difficult memories into sources of wisdom and insight. The spiritual seasons that emerged during Alexander's island years brought periods when his connection to larger patterns and meanings seemed particularly strong and clear. These times often coincided with dramatic weather events or particularly beautiful natural displays that seemed to open his consciousness to dimensions of experience that normal social life tends to obscure. During these spiritual seasons, Alexander's reading of his Bible took on new depth and relevance, with familiar passages revealing layers of meaning that spoke directly to his experience of solitude and self-reliance. The integration of biblical wisdom with his direct experience of natural processes created a form of spiritual understanding that was both deeply personal and connected to larger religious traditions. The seasons of gratitude that visited Alexander brought periods when his appreciation for his island life reached levels that approached what might be called natural ecstasy. During these times, simple activities like watching sunrise or preparing food became sources of profound satisfaction and joy that connected him to the fundamental goodness of existence. These gratitude seasons helped sustain Alexander through more difficult periods and contributed to his overall psychological resilience. The ability to find genuine appreciation for simple circumstances and basic pleasures provided a foundation for contentment that was independent of external conditions or social validation. The integration of all these internal seasons into a coherent pattern of psychological life represented one of the most remarkable aspects of Alexander's island transformation. His consciousness had learned to flow with natural rhythms in ways that created both stability and flexibility, allowing him to maintain psychological health and continue personal development despite the radical isolation of his circumstances. As Alexander entered his third year on the island, he experienced what might be described as a kind of psychological flowering, a period when the seeds of insight and adaptation that had been planted during his earlier months of solitude began to bloom into a form of wisdom that few humans ever have the opportunity to develop. The morning light that filtered through the forest canopy to his shelter took on qualities that seemed almost musical, creating patterns of illumination that shifted and changed with the subtle movements of leaves and branches. Alexander had learned to read these light patterns like a language, understanding from the quality of illumination what the weather would be like, what time of day it was, and even what season was approaching. This intimate knowledge of natural rhythms had become second nature, as automatic as breathing. His daily routines had evolved into something resembling the practices of contemplative monks, though Alexander had arrived at these patterns through practical necessity rather than religious instruction. Each activity, gathering food, maintaining his shelter, preparing meals, caring for his clothing and tools, was performed with complete attention and a kind of reverent care that transformed mundane tasks into meaningful rituals. The island's seasonal cycles, which he had now observed for multiple complete rotations, revealed patterns within patterns that had been invisible during his first years of residence. Alexander began to understand that the island was not a static environment, but a dynamic system in constant, subtle flux. Plants that seemed to grow randomly were actually following complex patterns of succession and adaptation. Animal behaviors that had initially seemed arbitrary revealed themselves to be responses to environmental changes that occurred on scales too large for casual observation to detect. Alexander's relationship with his own thoughts had undergone a transformation that might be difficult for people living in social environments to fully understand. Without the constant input of human conversation and social interaction, his mind had learned to generate its own entertainment and stimulation. Internal conversations became increasingly sophisticated, with Alexander able to examine ideas from multiple perspectives and to engage in the kind of deep, sustained thinking that requires long periods of uninterrupted concentration. The Bible that had been his constant companion took on new dimensions of meaning as he read and reread familiar passages in this context of profound solitude. Stories that had seemed simple when read in social contexts revealed layers of psychological and spiritual insight that spoke directly to his experience of isolation and self-reliance. The rhythm and language of biblical prose began to influence his own internal monologue, providing a kind of mental music that helped structure his thoughts and emotions. Physical work, which had initially been motivated by necessity, became a source of deep satisfaction and even joy. Alexander discovered that tasks performed with complete attention and without time pressure created a kind of meditative state that was both restful and energizing. The process of weaving mats, repairing tools, or improving his shelter became opportunities for the kind of focused engagement that modern psychology recognizes as essential for psychological well-being. The island's wildlife had become so familiar that individual animals took on the character of neighbors if not quite friends. Alexander could recognize particular goats by their markings and behavior patterns, and he began to understand the social dynamics that governed their interactions. Birds, too, became individuals rather than just members of species, with certain ones showing what seemed like curiosity about this unusual human resident of their domain. Alexander's sensory awareness had become extraordinarily acute, refined by years of depending on subtle environmental cues for information about weather, animal movements, and resource availability. He could detect changes in atmospheric pressure hours before storms arrived, recognize the approach of different animals by sounds so subtle they would have been completely inaudible to his previous, more distracted consciousness, and navigate the island in conditions of limited visibility that would have challenged him greatly during his first months of residence. The development of what might be called ecological thinking became one of the most significant aspects of Alexander's mental evolution. Living in such intimate contact with a complete but limited ecosystem, he began to understand the interconnections between all the island's elements. How the health of plant communities affected animal populations, how weather patterns influenced the availability of different resources, and how his own presence and activities fit into the larger web of island life. Time itself had taken on completely different qualities during this period of extended solitude. Without clocks, calendars, or social schedules to fragment his experience into artificial segments, Alexander lived according to natural rhythms that created a sense of temporal flow quite different from the choppy, anxiety-producing time consciousness of social life. Projects could unfold over weeks or months without any sense of delay or procrastination, allowing for levels of craftsmanship and attention to detail that would have been impossible under normal social pressures. Alexander's emotional life, freed from the constant stimulation and distraction of social interaction, had developed a kind of stability and depth that provided a foundation for sustained happiness and contentment. Without the emotional turbulence that comes from interpersonal conflict and social anxiety, he experienced long periods of what might be called natural contentment, a state of being satisfied with present circumstances without needing external validation or stimulation. The night sky, observed with the patient attention that solitude makes possible and unmarred by artificial light, had become a source of wonder and perspective that connected Alexander to scales of time and space far beyond his individual existence. He learned to recognize constellations and to track the movements of planets, using these celestial observations to maintain his sense of connection to the larger universe while appreciating the beauty and mystery of cosmic processes. Sleep, in this environment of complete safety and natural quiet, had become deeper and more restorative than Alexander had ever experienced. His dreams were vivid and often seemed to provide solutions to practical problems or insights into emotional challenges that his waking mind had been working on. This rich dream life became another form of companionship, providing his unconscious mind with opportunities to process experiences and emotions in ways that supported his overall psychological well-being. In the flowing rhythm of Alexander's island existence, there came a period when his daily activities had become so perfectly integrated with the natural systems around him that the boundary between human life and ecological participation seemed to dissolve into a seamless whole. This was the season when Alexander achieved what might be called ecological consciousness, a way of living that was simultaneously deeply personal and completely connected to the larger web of life that sustained his island home. The morning routine that began each day had evolved into something resembling a naturalist's survey, with Alexander moving through his environment with the kind of attention that revealed new details and connections even in the most familiar places. You might imagine him beginning each day by checking the various natural indicators that had become his weather prediction system, the behavior of certain birds, the direction of wind currents, the quality of light filtering through the forest canopy. This daily environmental assessment had become as automatic as breathing, providing Alexander with information about conditions and opportunities that allowed him to plan his activities with remarkable efficiency. The island had become not just his home but his partner in a dance of mutual adaptation that benefited both human resident and natural ecosystem. Alexander's food gathering had evolved beyond simple foraging into what might be recognized as sustainable resource management. He had learned to harvest plants and hunt animals in ways that supported rather than depleted the island's natural abundance. His understanding of regeneration cycles, breeding seasons, and ecological balance allowed him to take what he needed while ensuring that his resource base remained healthy and productive. The relationship between Alexander's daily needs and the island's natural productivity had achieved a kind of equilibrium that demonstrated principles of sustainable living that few of his contemporaries understood. His consumption patterns followed natural rhythms of abundance and scarcity, with periods of plenty balanced by times of conservation that allowed natural systems to regenerate. You can picture Alexander moving through the island's various ecological zones with the confidence of someone who understood his place in each environment. In the coastal areas, he knew which tides brought the best opportunities for gathering shellfish and seaweed. In the forest zones, he understood which seasons provided optimal conditions for different types of plant gathering and which areas could sustain hunting pressure without ecological damage. The waste products from Alexander's daily life had been integrated into the island's natural cycles in ways that created benefit rather than burden for the ecosystem. Food scraps were composted in locations that enriched soil for wild plants. Human waste was managed in ways that provided nutrients for vegetation while maintaining sanitation and health. Even his discarded materials were chosen and disposed of in ways that supported rather than disrupted natural processes. Alexander's water use had evolved into a sophisticated understanding of the island's hydrological systems that allowed him to meet his needs while supporting the health of streams, springs, and the various plant and animal communities that depended on these water sources. His collection and storage methods worked with natural water cycles rather than against them, creating systems that were both efficient and ecologically sound. The energy systems that supported Alexander's daily life were completely integrated with natural processes in ways that created no waste or environmental burden. His fuel needs were met through the collection of deadfall and pruning that actually benefited forest health. His food energy came from sources that were renewed through natural processes that his presence and activities supported rather than depleted. Alexander's shelter and tool-making activities had evolved to use materials in ways that actually enhanced rather than degraded the island's natural systems. His harvesting of construction materials followed principles that promoted healthy plant growth and forest regeneration. His tool-making used stones and other materials in ways that had minimal environmental impact while creating implements that served his needs efficiently. The timing of Alexander's various activities had become synchronized with natural rhythms in ways that maximized both human efficiency and ecological benefit. His most intensive activities were scheduled during periods when they would have minimal impact on wildlife breeding and feeding cycles. His resource gathering followed seasonal patterns that allowed for natural regeneration and renewal. Alexander's presence on the island had begun to create what ecologists might recognize as positive feedback loops, ways that his activities actually enhanced the island's natural productivity and diversity. His careful management of fire, for example, created small clearings that provided habitat for plants and animals that thrived in edge environments. His composting activities enriched soil in ways that supported increased plant growth and diversity. The knowledge that Alexander had accumulated about the island's ecological systems represented a form of environmental science that was both practical and profound. His understanding of plant succession, animal behavior patterns, seasonal cycles, and the complex interactions between different species provided insights that few trained naturalists of his era possessed. Alexander's daily observations had revealed ecological relationships and patterns that were invisible to casual observation, but became apparent through years of patient attention. He understood how changes in one part of the island's ecosystem affected other areas, how weather patterns influenced plant and animal behavior, and how his own activities fit into the larger web of ecological relationships. The integration of human activity with natural systems that Alexander achieved on his island demonstrated principles of ecological living that remain relevant centuries later. His example showed that human beings could live in ways that enhanced rather than degraded natural environments, creating relationships with the natural world that were based on understanding, respect, and mutual benefit. Alexander's daily life had become a demonstration of what might be called applied ecology. A way of living that was informed by deep understanding of natural systems and committed to practices that supported the health and sustainability of the environment that sustained him. This ecological consciousness provided both practical benefits and spiritual satisfaction that enriched every aspect of his island existence. As Alexander's mastery of island life deepened through seasons of patient practice and refinement, his relationship with the tools that supported his daily existence evolved into something approaching a philosophy of material culture, an understanding of the relationship between human needs, natural materials, and the craftsmanship that transforms raw resources into implements of remarkable utility and beauty. The morning light that illuminated Alexander's workspace revealed tools that bore the marks of countless hours of patient refinement, each implement shaped not just by practical necessity but by an aesthetic sensibility that found beauty in perfect function. You might imagine him beginning each day by examining his various tools with the appreciation of someone who understood that these simple objects represented the accumulated wisdom of human technology adapted to the specific requirements of island life. Alexander's knives, ground and shaped from carefully selected stones, demonstrated principles of edge geometry and handle design that would have impressed any professional craftsman. The process of creating these cutting implements had taught him about the relationship between material properties, tool design, and human ergonomics in ways that no theoretical study could have provided. Each knife had been shaped for specific purposes: thin, sharp blades for delicate food preparation, heavier implements for chopping and construction work, and specialized tools for craft projects that required particular edge angles and blade profiles. The handles, carved from wood and fitted with the precision that unlimited time makes possible, had been shaped to Alexander's hands with attention to comfort, control, and efficiency that made each tool feel like a natural extension of his body. The evolution of Alexander's fire-making tools represented perhaps the clearest example of how practical necessity could be refined into elegant efficiency through patient experimentation and attention to detail. His fire bow, carved from hardwood selected for its specific mechanical properties, worked with the precision of any manufactured device while maintaining the organic beauty that comes from materials shaped by hand according to natural grain patterns. The cord that powered his fire bow had been twisted from plant fibers according to techniques that balanced strength, flexibility, and durability in ways that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of materials science. The tinder board, carved with precise notches and grooves that optimized the fire-making process, showed evidence of countless small adjustments that had gradually perfected its performance. You can picture Alexander working with his fire-making kit in the gentle light of dawn, the familiar motions of bow and drill creating friction that would bloom into flame with the reliability that comes from tools designed and refined through extensive use. This daily ritual connected him to the most fundamental human technology while demonstrating how simple tools, properly made and maintained, could provide complete reliability under any conditions. Alexander's weaving and rope-making tools had evolved into a complete textile technology adapted to island materials and individual needs. His understanding of fiber preparation, twisting techniques, and tension control allowed him to create cordage and fabric that served every purpose from delicate thread to heavy construction rope. The implements he used for fiber processing, combs carved from wood, stones shaped for breaking and softening plant materials, and various tools for twisting and braiding, represented a complete understanding of textile production that few people in his era ever needed to develop. Each tool had been refined through use until it performed its function with maximum efficiency and minimum effort. Alexander's food preparation tools demonstrated how simple implements could be optimized for specific tasks through careful attention to design and materials. His grinding stones, selected and shaped for different types of food processing, could reduce nuts, grains, and other materials to whatever consistency his recipes required. Cooking implements carved from wood and shaped from stone provided everything needed for food preparation and serving. Bowls, spoons, and other utensils had been designed with attention to both function and aesthetics, creating objects that were pleasant to use and beautiful to look at. The process of eating, supported by these carefully crafted implements, became a more satisfying and civilized experience than simple survival might have required. The maintenance tools that kept Alexander's various implements in optimal condition represented another level of technological sophistication. Sharpening stones, selected for their specific abrasive properties, could restore cutting edges to perfect sharpness. Repair tools allowed him to fix and modify his various implements as needed, ensuring that nothing was ever discarded simply because of minor damage or wear. Alexander's understanding of tool maintenance had evolved into a comprehensive system that prevented problems before they became serious while extending the useful life of every implement far beyond what casual care might have achieved. This maintenance philosophy reflected a relationship with material possessions that was based on respect, gratitude, and the understanding that well-made tools deserved careful attention. The workshop organization that supported Alexander's toolmaking and maintenance activities demonstrated principles of efficiency and workflow that would have impressed any professional craftsman. Different types of work were organized into areas optimized for specific activities, with tools and materials arranged for maximum convenience and minimum wasted motion. Storage systems for tools and materials protected valuable implements, while providing easy access when needed. Alexander had learned to organize his workshop according to principles that balanced protection, convenience, and efficiency in ways that made even complex projects proceed smoothly and enjoyably. The aesthetic dimension of Alexander's toolmaking represented perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his material philosophy. Even purely functional implements showed evidence of attention to proportion, surface finish, and visual appeal that went far beyond mere utility. This attention to beauty in everyday objects enriched Alexander's daily experience while demonstrating that craftsmanship and aesthetics could coexist with practical necessity. The integration of all these tools into a coherent system of material culture represented a complete technology adapted to island conditions and individual needs. Alexander's toolkit provided everything necessary for comfortable, efficient island life while demonstrating principles of design, craftsmanship, and maintenance that remain relevant regardless of technological context. As Alexander's fourth year on the island began, he had achieved something that few humans ever experience: a state of complete adaptation to his environment and genuine contentment with his circumstances. The island had become not just his home but an extension of himself, and he had become as much a part of its ecosystem as any of the native plants or animals that shared his Pacific sanctuary. The morning of February 2, 1709, began like countless others during Alexander's years of solitude. The sun rose over the familiar horizon, painting the sky in colors that had become as comforting as old friends. The birds began their daily conversations with voices that Alexander could recognize individually, and the gentle sound of waves against the shore provided the same soothing rhythm that had lulled him to sleep and awakened him for over 4 years. Alexander moved through his morning routine with the unhurried grace that had become natural to him. Checking his water sources, observing the weather patterns, and planning the day's activities with the kind of relaxed attention that comes from having unlimited time and no external pressures. He had no way of knowing that this particular morning would mark the end of one of history's most remarkable experiments in human solitude. The first sign that this day would be different from the thousands that had preceded it came not as a dramatic interruption, but as a subtle change in the island's acoustic environment. Alexander, whose hearing had become extraordinarily acute during his years of solitude, detected sounds that didn't belong to the island's natural symphony, the distant creaking of wood and canvas that could only mean the approach of a sailing ship. You might imagine the complex emotions that swept through Alexander as he realized what these sounds meant. After more than 4 years of complete solitude, the prospect of human contact brought with it a mixture of excitement, anxiety, and something that might have been reluctance. The island had become his world, and he had become perfectly adapted to its rhythms and requirements. The approaching ship represented not just rescue, but the end of a way of life that had brought him profound insights and unexpected contentment. Alexander made his way to the island's highest vantage point, moving with the sure-footed confidence that years of navigating the terrain had given him. From this elevated position, he could see the ship that would change his life once again. The Duke, commanded by Captain Woodes Rogers, appearing on the horizon like a vision from his former existence. The process of signaling the ship and attracting its attention unfolded with the same measured pace that had characterized all of Alexander's island activities. He built a signal fire using techniques that had become second nature, creating smoke that would be visible from the ship while maintaining the careful attention to safety and efficiency that solitary life had taught him. There was no frantic urgency in his actions, but rather the calm competence of someone who had learned to approach all tasks with patience and thoroughness. As the ship's boat approached the shore, Alexander experienced something that might be difficult for people who have never been completely alone to understand: a kind of sensory overload from the simple presence of other human beings. The sound of human voices, which he had not heard for over 4 years except for his own, seemed almost overwhelming in their complexity and intensity. The visual stimulation of seeing other people, with their varied clothing and animated expressions, created a kind of cognitive challenge that his solitude-adapted mind needed time to process. The sailors who came ashore to investigate the signal fire found a man who was recognizably human but profoundly changed by his experience. Alexander's appearance reflected his years of island life. His clothing was a mixture of original garments and island-made replacements. His hair and beard had grown according to natural patterns rather than social conventions, and his skin had been weathered and strengthened by constant exposure to sun and salt air. More significantly, Alexander's manner and speech patterns had been altered by his long solitude in ways that made immediate social interaction challenging. He had to consciously remember how to engage in the rapid give and take of human conversation, and his responses to questions came with the measured pace that had become natural during his years of internal dialogue and careful observation. Captain Rogers, an experienced sailor who had encountered many unusual situations during his maritime career, recognized immediately that Alexander was not a castaway in distress but rather someone who had achieved a remarkable adaptation to solitary life. The captain's questions were gentle and patient, allowing Alexander time to adjust to human interaction while gathering the information needed to understand his extraordinary situation. The process of leaving the island was handled with the same careful attention to detail that characterized all maritime operations of the period. Alexander's few possessions were loaded into the boat with the same respect that sailors showed for any cargo, though these simple items, his modified clothing, his handmade tools, his well-worn Bible, represented the entire material culture of a 4-year civilization. As the boat carried Alexander away from the shore that had been his entire world for so long, you might imagine him looking back at the island with emotions too complex for simple description. The beaches where he had walked daily, the forests where he had found food and shelter, the caves that had protected him from storms. All of these familiar places were becoming memory even as he watched them recede into the distance. The transition from island solitude to shipboard community was managed with the kind of gradual adjustment that allowed Alexander to adapt without overwhelming his solitude-sensitized consciousness. The crew of the Duke, recognizing that they were dealing with someone who had undergone an extraordinary experience, provided him with space and time to readjust to human society while ensuring that his basic needs were met with the same efficiency that characterized all aspects of professional seamanship. Alexander's first night aboard ship in over 4 years was marked by the strange sensation of sleeping in a space designed by human hands rather than natural forces. The gentle rocking of the ship, which would have been familiar from his previous maritime experience, now felt foreign after years of sleeping on solid ground. The sounds of the ship, creaking timbers, flapping canvas, the conversations of night-watch sailors, created an acoustic environment that was both nostalgic and overwhelming after the natural quiet of island nights. In the gentle cycle of Alexander's island years, The understanding of seasonal abundance evolved from simple observation into a sophisticated knowledge of natural timing that allowed him to live in harmony with the island's productive rhythms, while maintaining security and variety throughout the year. This was the period when Alexander achieved what might be called temporal wisdom, an understanding of when and how the island provided its various gifts. The approach of each season brought with it a subtle shift in Alexander's daily awareness, as his solitude-sharpened senses detected the earliest signs of changing abundance patterns weeks before they became obvious to casual observation. You might imagine him waking one morning to a particular quality of light or air that spoke to some deep, instinctive knowledge about the turning of natural cycles, a recognition that came not from calendars but from intimate familiarity with the island's rhythms. The island's fruit season arrived with the gradual swelling and coloring of various wild fruits that Alexander had learned to monitor throughout their development cycle. Each type of fruit reached its peak at slightly different times, creating a natural succession of flavors and nutritional opportunities that required careful timing to access fully. Alexander learned to recognize not just when fruits were ripe, but when they were at their absolute peak, the brief window when sweetness, texture, and nutritional value combined to create the perfect eating experience. Wild berries provided another form of seasonal abundance that required both knowledge and patience to harvest optimally. Alexander discovered that different berry varieties ripened in waves throughout the season, with some providing early abundance while others reached their peak later in the cycle. This natural succession allowed him to enjoy fresh berries for extended periods while learning to preserve the surplus for times when fresh fruit was not available. The process of berry preservation became a seasonal ritual that connected Alexander to food preservation traditions that stretched back through human history. Drying techniques, developed through patient experimentation, allowed him to concentrate flavors while extending storage life. The dried berries provided both nutrition and pleasure during the island's less abundant seasons, creating a form of temporal abundance that bridged the gaps between periods of fresh availability. Nut gathering represented another aspect of seasonal abundance that required both physical skill and timing knowledge to access fully. Alexander learned to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when different nut varieties were ready for harvest, changes in shell color, the sound they made when shaken, and the ease with which they separated from their trees. The process of nut processing became a meditative autumn activity that provided both immediate nutrition and long-term food security. Alexander developed techniques for cracking, cleaning, and storing nuts that maximized their nutritional value while preventing spoilage. The evening hours spent processing nuts by firelight became a peaceful ritual that marked the transition from the abundance of harvest season to the conservation mindset of winter. Root vegetables, available year-round but reaching peak quality during certain seasons, provided another form of abundance that required knowledge and skill to access fully. Alexander learned to recognize the above-ground signs that indicated the best times for harvesting different root crops, understanding how seasonal changes affected their flavor, texture, and nutritional content. The seasonal availability of different plant materials for crafts and construction created another rhythm of abundance that influenced Alexander's project planning and material gathering. Certain fibers were best harvested at specific times of year when their strength and flexibility reached optimal levels. Wood for construction and toolmaking had seasonal variations in workability and durability that Alexander learned to recognize and utilize. You can picture Alexander moving through the island during different seasons with the focused attention of someone gathering materials not just for immediate use but for projects that might extend over months or years. This long-term approach to material gathering required both planning skills and storage capabilities that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of resource management. The island's water resources showed seasonal variations that Alexander learned to anticipate and prepare for. During abundant periods, he developed systems for collecting and storing water that would sustain him through drier times. During scarce periods, he knew which sources remained reliable and how to access them most efficiently. Seasonal changes in animal behavior created hunting and fishing opportunities that required timing and patience to access successfully. Alexander learned to recognize the patterns of animal movement and feeding that created optimal hunting conditions, understanding how weather and seasonal changes affected animal behavior in ways that influenced his hunting strategies. The preservation of meat and fish became another aspect of seasonal abundance management that required both skill and planning. Alexander developed smoking and drying techniques that allowed him to preserve protein sources during periods of hunting success for consumption during times when hunting was more difficult or less productive. Seasonal weather patterns created different opportunities and challenges that Alexander learned to anticipate and prepare for. Storm seasons required different preparations than calm periods, while seasonal wind patterns affected everything from fire management to construction planning. The integration of all these seasonal rhythms into a coherent annual cycle represented a form of temporal mastery that allowed Alexander to live comfortably and securely while maintaining variety and interest throughout the year. His understanding of seasonal abundance patterns created a form of natural wealth that was based on knowledge, timing, and harmony with natural cycles rather than accumulation of material possessions. Alexander's seasonal planning had evolved into a sophisticated system that balanced immediate needs with long-term security, while maintaining flexibility to adapt to variations in natural abundance. This temporal wisdom provided both practical benefits and psychological security that contributed significantly to his overall well-being and contentment during his island years. As Alexander's island residence extended into its most mature phase, his understanding of the relationship between health, environment, and natural remedies evolved into what might be called a complete system of island medicine. Knowledge that encompassed not just the treatment of ailments but the maintenance of optimal health through harmony with natural processes and the wise use of the island's therapeutic resources. The morning assessment that began each day had come to include a gentle evaluation of his own physical and mental state, with Alexander developing the kind of body awareness that comes from years of depending entirely on his own resources for health maintenance. You might imagine him beginning each day by taking inventory of his energy levels, any minor aches or discomforts, and his overall sense of well-being, using this information to guide his daily activities and self-care practices. This daily health awareness had evolved far beyond simple symptom monitoring into a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between his activities, environment, and physical condition. Alexander learned to recognize the early signs of potential problems, and to adjust his behavior in ways that prevented minor issues from developing into serious health challenges. The island's plant life had revealed its medicinal properties through careful observation and cautious experimentation that demonstrated Alexander's growing understanding of herbal medicine. Various plants provided remedies for different types of discomfort and illness, with Alexander learning to prepare and use these natural medicines in ways that were both effective and safe. Digestive plants helped maintain optimal stomach function and provided relief from occasional digestive discomfort. Anti-inflammatory herbs reduced minor aches and pains that resulted from the physical demands of island life. Antiseptic plants provided natural wound care that prevented infections and promoted healing. This botanical pharmacy provided comprehensive health support that was both effective and completely sustainable. Alexander's understanding of nutrition had evolved into sophisticated knowledge of how different foods affected his energy levels, mood, and overall health. The variety of foods available on the island provided complete nutrition when combined according to principles that Alexander had learned through careful attention to his body's responses to different dietary patterns. The seasonal availability of different foods created natural dietary variety that prevented nutritional deficiencies while providing the kind of dietary interest that supported both physical and psychological well-being. Alexander learned to combine foods in ways that maximized their nutritional value while creating flavors and textures that made eating a genuine pleasure rather than simple fuel consumption. You can picture Alexander preparing meals with the attention of someone who understood that food was medicine as well as sustenance, combining ingredients according to principles that supported optimal health while creating culinary experiences that enriched his daily life. This approach to nutrition demonstrated how proper diet could be both therapeutic and enjoyable when based on fresh, natural ingredients prepared with care and attention. Physical fitness had evolved naturally from the demands of island life into a comprehensive exercise program that maintained strength, flexibility, and cardiovascular health without the artificial structure of formal exercise routines. Daily walking, climbing, swimming, and manual work provided complete physical conditioning that kept Alexander's body strong and resilient. The variety of physical activities required by island life ensured that all muscle groups and movement patterns received regular exercise, preventing the imbalances and weaknesses that can develop from repetitive or limited activity patterns. This natural fitness program provided both physical benefits and the psychological satisfaction that comes from functional strength and capability. Alexander's sleep patterns, aligned with natural light cycles and supported by the physical tiredness that came from active daily life, provided the kind of restorative rest that is essential for optimal health. The absence of artificial lighting meant that his circadian rhythms remained synchronized with natural cycles, creating sleep that was both deeper and more refreshing than what artificial schedules typically allow. The quality of Alexander's sleep environment, quiet, comfortable, and completely natural, supported the kind of rest that allows the body's natural healing and regeneration processes to function optimally. This natural sleep pattern provided both physical restoration and the mental clarity that comes from adequate, high-quality rest. Stress management had evolved naturally from Alexander's adaptation to island life into a comprehensive system of mental and emotional health maintenance. The absence of social pressures and artificial deadlines eliminated many common sources of psychological stress, while the natural beauty and peaceful environment of the island provided constant opportunities for relaxation and mental restoration. Alexander's daily routines included natural stress reduction practices that supported psychological well-being without requiring formal meditation or relaxation techniques. Time spent in natural beauty, physical activity in pleasant surroundings, and the satisfaction that comes from meaningful work all contributed to a mental state that was both alert and relaxed. Injury prevention had become a sophisticated understanding of how to perform island activities in ways that minimized risk while maintaining efficiency. Alexander learned to move and work in ways that protected his body from strain and injury, understanding that prevention was far preferable to treatment when medical resources were limited. When minor injuries did occur, Alexander had developed treatment protocols using island resources that promoted healing while preventing complications. Natural antiseptics, wound dressings made from plant materials, and immobilization techniques using available materials provided effective first aid that could handle most minor health challenges. The integration of all these health practices into a coherent system of wellness represented a complete approach to medicine that was both preventive and therapeutic. Alexander's island medicine demonstrated how human beings could maintain optimal health through harmony with natural processes and the wise use of natural resources, creating a model of healthcare that was both effective and completely sustainable. The voyage that carried Alexander away from his island sanctuary and back toward the complexities of human civilization unfolded with the same measured pace that had characterized his years of solitude. The Duke moved through Pacific waters with the steady progress of a ship whose crew understood that the ocean demanded patience and respect rather than haste and aggression. Alexander's readjustment to shipboard life revealed the profound changes that his island experience had wrought in his fundamental approach to existence. The constant presence of other human beings, which most people take for granted as the natural condition of life, required conscious adaptation on his part. Conversations that would have been effortless before his isolation now demanded careful attention, as he had to remember the rhythms and conventions of social interaction. You might imagine Alexander standing at the ship's rail during the quiet hours of night watch, looking out at the endless expanse of ocean while processing the strange sensation of being surrounded by human activity after years of complete solitude. The sounds of the ship. The creaking of timbers, the whisper of wind through rigging, the soft conversations of sailors, created an acoustic environment that was both familiar from his previous maritime life and foreign after his adaptation to the natural sounds of island existence. The crew of the Duke, seasoned sailors who had encountered many unusual situations during their voyages, treated Alexander with a mixture of curiosity and respect that allowed him to adjust to social interaction at his own pace. Captain Rogers, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Alexander's experience, provided him with opportunities to share his story without pressure or urgency, understanding that such remarkable experiences required time and careful attention to be properly communicated. Alexander found that his island developed skills translated surprisingly well to shipboard life, though in ways that sometimes surprised both himself and his new companions. His ability to read weather patterns, honed by years of depending on environmental cues for survival, proved valuable to the ship's navigation. His patience and careful attention to detail, developed through years of solitary craftsmanship, made him a valuable contributor to the ship's daily maintenance and operations. The process of readjusting to prepared food, after years of gathering and preparing everything himself, created both pleasure and occasional discomfort. Alexander found that his palate had become extraordinarily sensitive during his island years, able to detect subtle flavors and qualities in food that had been invisible to his previous, less attentive consciousness. Ship's provisions, while adequate and professionally prepared, seemed both overly complex and strangely artificial compared to the simple, fresh foods that had sustained him on the island. Sleep aboard ship required a different kind of adaptation than Alexander had anticipated. After years of sleeping according to natural rhythms in perfect quiet, the constant motion and sound of the ship created challenges that took time to overcome. His dreams, which had become vivid and meaningful during his solitary years, were affected by the change in environment, sometimes incorporating the sounds and sensations of shipboard life in ways that created a bridge between his island experience and his return to human society. The social dynamics of shipboard life, with its complex hierarchies and interpersonal relationships, required Alexander to remember skills that had been dormant during his years of solitude. The give and take of group decision-making, the navigation of personality conflicts, and the maintenance of relationships with people whose company was not chosen but imposed by circumstances. All of these aspects of social existence required conscious effort from someone who had become accustomed to the simplicity of solitary decision-making. Alexander's story, as it was shared with his shipmates during the long hours of ocean travel, became a source of fascination and reflection for men who had spent their lives in the company of others. His descriptions of island life, with its rhythms of solitude and self-sufficiency, provided his listeners with glimpses of a way of existence that few humans ever experience. The calm, measured way in which he recounted his experiences reflected the psychological changes that solitude had wrought in his fundamental approach to life. The gradual return to the complexities of civilization was managed with the same patience that had characterized Alexander's adaptation to island life. Each port where the Duke stopped provided new challenges and opportunities for readjustment, as Alexander encountered the sights, sounds, and social dynamics of human communities after his long absence from such environments. The process of wearing manufactured clothing again, after years of garments that were either self-made or adapted to island conditions, created a strange sensation of artificiality and constraint. Alexander found that his body had become accustomed to the freedom and simplicity of island dress, and the return to the conventions of civilized attire felt like putting on a costume for a role he was no longer certain he wanted to play. Communication with people who had never experienced extended solitude required Alexander to develop new skills in translation and explanation. The insights and perspectives that had developed during his island years often seemed difficult to convey to people whose consciousness had been shaped entirely by social existence. This challenge of communication became an ongoing aspect of his readjustment to human society. The return to England, when it finally came, represented not just a geographical homecoming but a psychological challenge of extraordinary complexity. Alexander found himself in the position of having to reintegrate into a society that had continued to evolve and change during his absence, while he had undergone transformations that made him fundamentally different from the person who had left years earlier. As our gentle exploration of Alexander Selkirk's remarkable journey draws toward its close, we find ourselves in the quiet space that follows extraordinary experiences. A place where the mind naturally turns to reflection and the heart seeks to understand the deeper meanings that emerge from such profound encounters with solitude and survival. Alexander's story, as it has unfolded through these peaceful hours, offers us insights into human resilience that go far beyond the simple facts of survival. His experience on the island was not merely about enduring isolation, but about discovering capacities for adaptation, contentment, and wisdom that most of us never have the opportunity to explore. In the gentle rhythm of his island days, we can glimpse possibilities for human existence that our complex, hurried world rarely allows us to consider. The transformation that Alexander underwent during his 4 years and 4 months of solitude speaks to something fundamental about human nature. Our capacity to find meaning and satisfaction in circumstances that might initially seem unbearable. His gradual adaptation to island life demonstrates that what we often consider essential for happiness, constant social interaction, material comforts, external entertainment, may be less crucial than we imagine for genuine contentment and psychological well-being. You might consider, as you rest in the quiet aftermath of this story, how Alexander's experience illuminates the relationship between solitude and self-knowledge. Removed from the constant input of social interaction and external demands, he was able to develop a kind of intimate familiarity with his own thoughts, emotions, and capabilities that few people ever achieve. This deep self-knowledge became the foundation for a form of contentment that was independent of external circumstances. The island itself, in Alexander's story, becomes more than just a setting. It becomes a teacher whose lessons were delivered through the patient repetition of natural cycles and the gentle insistence of survival requirements. Every aspect of island life, from the daily search for food to the seasonal changes in weather patterns, contributed to Alexander's education in what we might call the fundamentals of existence, the basic requirements for physical survival and psychological well-being. Alexander's relationship with time, as it evolved during his island years, offers particularly valuable insights for our own hurried age. His gradual adaptation to natural rhythms, freed from artificial schedules and social pressures, allowed him to experience time as a flowing medium rather than a scarce resource to be managed and conserved. This temporal transformation contributed significantly to his ability to find satisfaction and meaning in simple, repetitive activities that might seem boring or meaningless in the context of normal social existence. The role of routine and ritual in Alexander's island life demonstrates how human beings naturally create structure and meaning even in the absence of external requirements. His daily practices, the morning walks, the careful preparation of food, the maintenance of his shelter, evolved into something resembling the contemplative practices of monastic traditions, though arrived at through practical necessity rather than religious instruction. Alexander's story also illuminates the profound human capacity for finding companionship in non-human relationships. His connections with the island's plants and animals, while different from human relationships, provided forms of interaction and mutual recognition that helped sustain his psychological well-being during his long solitude. This aspect of his experience suggests that our need for connection extends beyond our own species to encompass our relationships with the natural world. The gradual development of what we might call ecological consciousness in Alexander's thinking represents another significant aspect of his transformation. Living in intimate contact with a complete but limited ecosystem, he began to understand the interconnections between all elements of his environment in ways that are difficult to achieve in more complex, artificial settings. This ecological awareness contributed to his sense of belonging and purpose within the island's natural systems. Alexander's eventual rescue and return to human society raises questions about the relationship between individual transformation and social reintegration. His experience suggests that profound personal growth and insight, while valuable in themselves, create challenges when it comes to communicating with and relating to people who have not undergone similar transformations. This tension between individual development and social belonging is one that many people face in less dramatic circumstances. The lasting impact of Alexander's island experience, as reflected in the accounts of those who knew him after his return, suggests that such profound encounters with solitude and self-reliance create permanent changes in consciousness and perspective. The insights and capacities that he developed during his island years continued to influence his approach to life long after he had returned to the complexities of civilized existence. Perhaps most significantly, Alexander's story demonstrates that human beings possess remarkable capacities for adaptation, resilience, and growth that are rarely fully utilized in normal social circumstances. His experience suggests that we are capable of finding satisfaction and meaning in much simpler circumstances than our complex society leads us to believe, and that solitude, rather than being something to be feared or avoided, can be a source of profound insight and personal development. As we reflect on Alexander's journey from the perspective of our own time, his experience offers valuable lessons about the relationship between external circumstances and internal well-being. His ability to find contentment and meaning in isolation suggests that happiness and fulfillment may be more dependent on our internal resources and perspectives than on our external circumstances and social connections. In these final, gentle moments of our exploration together, we find ourselves in that peaceful space where stories settle into wisdom, where the particular details of one man's extraordinary experience begin to reveal universal truths about human nature, resilience, and the quiet strength that emerges when we are stripped down to our most essential selves. Alexander Selkirk's island years offer us a kind of meditation on what it means to be human when all the artificial supports and distractions of civilization are removed. His story suggests that beneath the complex layers of social identity and material dependency that characterize modern life, there exists a core of human capability that is far more resilient and adaptable than most of us ever have occasion to discover. The rhythm of his island days. Unhurried, attentive, responsive to natural cycles rather than artificial schedules, provides a gentle counterpoint to the frantic pace that characterizes so much of contemporary existence. In Alexander's patient adaptation to island time, we can glimpse possibilities for a different relationship with temporal flow, one that prioritizes depth over speed and quality over quantity in our daily experiences. You might allow yourself to imagine, as you rest in the quiet aftermath of this story, what it would feel like to live with Alexander's level of attention to the present moment. His island experience taught him to find fascination and satisfaction in simple, repetitive activities, watching sunrise and sunset, preparing food with careful attention, maintaining his shelter with patient craftsmanship. These activities, which might seem mundane in the context of our stimulation-rich environment, became sources of genuine fulfillment when approached with the kind of focused awareness that solitude makes possible. The transformation in Alexander's relationship with his own thoughts during his island years offers particularly valuable insights for our own inner lives. Without the constant input of social interaction and external entertainment, he learned to find companionship in his own consciousness, developing the capacity for sustained reflection and internal dialogue that enriched rather than tormented his solitary hours. This suggests that the fear of being alone with our thoughts, so common in our distraction-filled age, may be based on unfamiliarity rather than any inherent unpleasantness in solitary consciousness. Alexander's deep connection with the natural world during his island years reminds us of relationships and sources of satisfaction that remain available to us even in our urbanized, technologically mediated environment. His intimate knowledge of weather patterns, plant cycles, and animal behaviors developed not from academic study but from daily dependence on environmental awareness for survival and well-being. This kind of ecological intimacy, while perhaps not achievable in its full island form, remains accessible to anyone willing to pay sustained attention to the natural world. The role of physical work in Alexander's island contentment offers lessons that extend far beyond survival situations. His daily activities, gathering food, maintaining shelter, crafting tools and clothing, provided not just practical benefits but psychological satisfaction that came from the direct relationship between effort and result, between intention and accomplishment. In our increasingly abstract work environments, Alexander's experience reminds us of the deep human satisfaction that comes from tangible, meaningful labor. The spiritual dimensions of Alexander's island experience, while never explicitly religious in a conventional sense, suggest that prolonged solitude and intimate contact with natural processes can generate insights and perspectives that many would recognize as spiritual in character. His growing sense of connection to larger cycles and patterns, his development of what might be called ecological wisdom, and his achievement of a kind of natural contentment all point toward possibilities for spiritual development that don't require formal religious frameworks. Alexander's story also illuminates the relationship between simplicity and satisfaction in ways that speak directly to our materially complex age. His island life, while challenging in terms of basic survival, was remarkably simple in terms of choices and decisions. Without the overwhelming array of options that characterizes modern consumer culture, He was able to focus his attention and energy on fundamental activities and relationships that provided genuine rather than artificial satisfaction. The quality of attention that Alexander developed during his island years, acute, sustained, and naturally focused, represents a capacity that most of us possess but rarely have the opportunity to develop fully. His ability to read subtle environmental cues, to find fascination in simple natural processes, and to maintain concentration on single activities for extended periods suggests possibilities for attention and awareness that remain available to anyone willing to create the conditions that support their development. As Alexander's story settles into the quiet corners of consciousness where meaningful experiences continue to work their influence long after their immediate telling, we might consider how his experience speaks to our own possibilities for transformation and growth. While few of us will ever face the dramatic circumstances that shaped his island years, the capacities he developed, patience, attention, adaptability, self-reliance, and the ability to find satisfaction in simple circumstances, remain relevant and achievable in less extreme situations. The enduring fascination of Alexander's story, which inspired Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe and continues to capture imaginations centuries later, suggests that his experience touches something fundamental in human consciousness, a recognition of capacities and possibilities that civilization both develops and obscures. His island years represent not just an extraordinary survival story, but a kind of natural experiment in human potential that reveals aspects of our nature that remain hidden under normal social circumstances. In the gentle quiet that follows extraordinary stories, we often find that the most profound lessons are not dramatic revelations but subtle shifts in perspective that continue to influence our understanding long after the immediate experience has ended. Alexander Selkirk's island years offer us such lessons, quiet insights into human resilience, adaptability, and the unexpected sources of satisfaction and meaning that become available when we are willing to embrace simplicity and solitude. As our long, peaceful exploration of Alexander Selkirk's remarkable journey draws to its close, we find ourselves in that quiet space where meaningful stories settle into the deeper layers of consciousness, where the particular details of one extraordinary life begin to illuminate universal truths about human nature, resilience, and the capacity for transformation that exists within each of us. The hours we have spent together, following Alexander through his years of island solitude, have been more than just the telling of a historical tale. They have been an invitation to consider possibilities for human existence that our complex, hurried world rarely allows us to contemplate. In the gentle rhythm of his island days, we have glimpsed ways of being that prioritize depth over speed, quality over quantity, and inner development over external achievement. Alexander's story reminds us that the human capacity for adaptation, contentment, and wisdom extends far beyond what our normal social circumstances allow us to discover. His island experience suggests that we possess inner resources and capabilities that remain largely untapped in the context of our stimulation-rich, socially complex environment. The peace and satisfaction he found in solitude point toward possibilities for fulfillment that don't depend on external validation or material abundance. As you rest now in the aftermath of this gentle journey, you might allow Alexander's experience to work its quiet influence on your own understanding of what it means to live fully and meaningfully. His patient adaptation to island rhythms offers lessons in presence and attention that remain relevant regardless of our external circumstances. His ability to find fascination and satisfaction in simple, repetitive activities reminds us that contentment often lies not in seeking new experiences but in bringing fuller awareness to the experiences we already have. The transformation that Alexander underwent during his 4 years and 4 months of solitude speaks to possibilities for growth and self-discovery that remain available to anyone willing to embrace periods of quiet reflection and reduced stimulation. While few of us will face the dramatic circumstances that shaped his island years, the essential elements of his experience, solitude, attention to natural rhythms, direct engagement with fundamental activities, and the cultivation of inner resources, can be incorporated into any life willing to make space for them. If this gentle exploration of Alexander's story has provided you with moments of peace, reflection, or insight, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. Perhaps you recognized aspects of his experience in your own encounters with solitude or simplicity. Maybe his story reminded you of lessons learned during your own moments of quiet reflection or connection with the natural world. Your insights and experiences add richness to our shared understanding of these timeless themes. And if this peaceful journey through Alexander Selkirk's island years has helped guide you toward rest and relaxation, a gentle like would be warmly appreciated. Such small gestures help others discover these quiet stories and the restorative experiences they can provide. As we close this chapter of our exploration together, let Alexander's story continue to work its gentle influence in the quiet corners of your consciousness. His island years remind us that within each of us lies the capacity for remarkable adaptation, unexpected contentment, and the kind of deep satisfaction that comes from living in harmony with natural rhythms and fundamental human needs. May the peace that Alexander found in his island solitude find its way into your own rest, and may the wisdom he gained through patient attention to simple things illuminate your own journey toward understanding and contentment. In the gentle quiet that follows meaningful stories, may you find the same kind of restorative rest that comes from connecting with the deeper currents of human experience and the timeless lessons they offer. Sleep well, knowing that the capacity for resilience, adaptation, and unexpected joy that Alexander discovered on his remote Pacific island lives within you as well, waiting to be awakened whenever life calls upon you to discover what you are truly capable of becoming.